to be portrait. All right. Just going to remind users about remind DeviantArt and Instagram users about this first of its kind live stream. Oh, yeah, good. Mic is on. Okay. New profile picture. Okay. Right, live chat. Okay, I want to see what's going on with Jeff 52. Okay, today I'm mainly gonna draw art on what's going on in my phone rather than my tablet yet. So, 4 users notice. So, hello users on the internet, 4-Legged Kai or Kaivids or Awesome Kai Experience 5656 here. Finally figure out the most reliable way of screen sharing. Yes, but limited. But I'm just slowing down making these. But I'm making less of these nowadays. So really still want people to accept the different approaches I take. Just like Alvin Hung. Just like Alvin Hung wanted his website to be a more business-friendly approach. Beyond to be way more business-friendly than cartoony. Oh, Santiago Towak. Oh, hey. Okay, nice. But bet for it. You're not gonna rebrand your whole channel, are ya? Okay. But yes, speaking of Beyond videos, I'm just focusing way more on my favorite career, but Beyond is no longer my #1 favorite career, but I may have said before, and I say it again, I don't really enjoy making Beyond videos much. Okay, put Instagram, remind users on Instagram, and yet I'm going to remind people, going to also report the news here, rather than just StreamYard, since I can screen share. Full art live streaming mobile art. There you're here and DeviantArt. But yes. Okay, and continue about where have I been in Beyond? Where have I been, speaking of Beyond content? I think I'm prioritizing more of my college college assignments in my computer to catch up since I've been missing a lot so lately. So, yeah, after August 10, I'll return there. But with taking sweet time for a single video. That's what I'm capable of doing rather than rushing with stock backgrounds. But yes, I'm still thinking of expanding my reenactment videos than just a series. Like Shimataro. Shimataro, including Terrippy contents. Terrippy, the green parrot, like I made it little peeps. First. Oh, now DeviantArt notices the link and turn into this. First of its kind screen sharing stream in mobile. Screen sharing art live stream in mobile. Check to see what I'm drawing now. Check to see what I'm drawing now. Okay, it's submitting. Wait for it. Yes. Maybe everyone's wondering where I've been. Copy the journal. How do I get to see? Okay, I don't fucking care. Fudging care about the countdowns. Fudge you, Andrew Cruz. First of its. There you go. Wait, screen? There you go. Okay, anyways, let's move on to some news. Some breaking news. To list. So I'm just gonna... Let's see what is listed in there, since I didn't have enough time. VillainCon Minion Blast confirmed its opening date on August 11th. Okay, let's see. VillainCon. Oh yeah. Oklahoma theme park. Top Thrill 2. Top Thrill 2. By its announcements. The rebranded version of a hydraulic launch coaster turning into a screen launch awesome roller coaster. With about 70 miles per hour.
Experience the excitement, the speed, the adrenaline of high-performance racing on an all-new vertical speedway. Introducing Top Thrill 2, the world's tallest and fastest triple-launch stratocoaster. Buckle in and smoke the competition.
No, it's not an ad, not an actual ad. It's just a video. I'm just covering up the news about the new roller coaster. Don't worry, it's not a real YouTube ad.
adrenaline of high-performance racing.
This is the lightning speed that carries up to speeds to 200 kilometers per hour, miles per hour.
On an all-new vertical speedway, introducing
The video isn't an ad, it's just a Timu ad. Oh, okay.
Top Thrill 2, the world's tallest and fastest.
I didn't see a YouTube Timu ad before this thing.
This triple launch stratocoaster. Buckle in and smoke the competition on this
Metro Dragster used to be just instantly 120 miles.
extreme motorsport
I've never ridden the
machine.
version, but at least I've ridden the Accelerator at Knott's Berry Farm. That's pretty similar, but with 2 bank turns before hitting the brake run.
Launch 3 times at speeds reaching
Just a plain vertical spike.
120 miles per hour.
100 miles per hour backwards. 101.
20 miles per hour. Drive the sky at 420 feet. Pump the brake.
Having its red paint scheme on the upper sky.
Feet. Pump the brakes, cross the finish line. Take that victory lap. Get revved up on Top Thrill 2, coming to Cedar Point, 2024.
Yeah, so we cannot judge the ride how reliable it will be or how the experience goes. But truly reveal is to give it some rides.
Experience the excitement, the speed, the adrenaline of...
All right. And any video that shows the off-ride. No, the real one, the official one.
Is it a bomb? And they're air popped, not fried. Popcorners. Experience the excitement. The launch motors.
Actually, seeking for a POV. There, that one. There you go. It's gonna be a sequel. Sequel. Barely made it to the half the structure. Man, people that predicts the spike is kind of right. It's just plain vertical. Two of them may help push the train up to this top hat. World's fastest LSM coaster. similar to this thing. Okay, yes, and it's breaking. And even Contriver made a Imagine accelerator, no limits to creation. That if it's reimagined by Intamin instead of Zamperla. Backlash of a woman getting struck by a metal piece from the old Intamin trains of T-bars. So these roofs may help, but it hurt that these trains contains less parts and less maintenance than the hydraulic launch trains. Okay, so anyways, I'm going to move on to another new coaster that's been announced. Good Gravy at Hollyworld. Hollyworld. $10 million? What? So...
Something savory is coming.
So, Family Boomerangs of Vekoma.
The silver has been polished. The green beans have been casseroled. The turkey has been stuffed. The cranberry jelly is out of the can. The family is all here. The table is set. And the gravy is... gone already? Where's the gravy?
Where's the gravy? Good gravy! How'd we run out?
Yeah.
It's time to go over the river and through the
house. There's a station. The neighbor are looking. Yeah, there's the household for a station.
woods. To grandmother's house we go with Good Gravy, America's graviest coaster. Thanksgiving dinner has flown by, but never quite like this. Your journey is nearly 1,500 feet long. You'll soar over 70 feet high, forwards and backwards on Good Gravy. Travel at speeds up to 37 miles per hour, all in the world's largest gravy boat.
Slower than 3 miles slower than the Arctic Rescue I see. Especially Raider Space Racers. But yeah, it's a little faster than Space Mountain at Disneyland. But Space Mountain at Disneyland has way more of an illusion of going to outer space being faster than the actual speed.
Gee willikers, that's some good gravy.
Coming May 2024 to a Thanksgiving-themed section of a...
That's what I mostly pointed out for. It's just movie ratings. That's the ride ratings. E for Everyone. That reminds me of a game that's for 6 years and older can play. That's whole family. Yeah, if the trains are that small, that could be a case for 40-inch people to ride. Man, yeah, Arts of Rescue is 48 inches. Especially Manta.
Theme park, possible.
Way more family coaster than Arctic Rescue. There's a really smaller family coaster than Arctic Rescue. Smaller, even smaller than Manta. San Diego's version of Manta. So, yeah, they both have some thrilling, a bit more thrilling than this. But, yes, glad to see more new Vekomas coming to the US. The Family Boomerang. It's a shuttle coaster. Good gravy. And last thing, before I can move on to drawing stuff. Let's see here. If there's anything left out. I don't think it is safe to switch accounts here. Since I can keep privacies in StreamYard. I'll fill in the checkboxes if I'm done. One T3 Batman coaster I left out. Let's see. Probably the Fast and Furious coaster. To be confirmed in... Whoa. It's a spinning ride? That would be like the Velocicoaster. So... it's under construction already. Universal officials even announced it on Twitter. over a year.
From the guys who brought you Superbad and Neighbors comes the funniest comedy of the year. It's Crush It for Absolute.
Going to be so much options when I visit Magic Mountain. So not that Fast and Furious. This Fast and Furious.
Facts about California energy policy. California shut down about 25% of local oil production in the last 4 years and now imports 75% of the oil we use, mostly from foreign countries, resulting in even higher gas prices for working families. Learn more.
One of the most successful and biggest movie franchises in entertainment history is getting a brand new ride at Universal Studios Hollywood. The park announced today that construction is about to get underway on a Fast and Furious themed roller coaster.
Sky5 flew over a construction site today. In a statement, Universal Studios promised, quote, innovative and technological advancements never previously employed. No word on when it's expected to open. I think they should call it the Fast and Furious family.
I guess that's about it for news, for 3 news reports today. Just similar to reporting stuff on StreamYard. Top Thrill. Fast and Furious. Coaster. It's nowhere to be seen. Ah, there it is. All 3 has been reported. News reported. Marked. And let's move on to IBI's Paint-X. Let's go to Paint. So, what I'm up to right now is... yeah, this is what maybe I left it out for about a month or two. The Blue Dog from Donnie the Blue Dog. For a regular art trade instead of an art fight. But that participates in it. But yes, so this is one of the... so I'm recovering myself to do ArtFight after posting the last one desperately on August 1st a couple of days ago. So I'm gonna focus entirely on drawing for the majority of the live stream, but I will post details later. I'll make sure I'll grab some references. Okay, so let's begin. Let's continue this and begin the drawing journey. Okay, whether watching it live or as a replay, hope these art fans keep track on. Keep track on. Right here. And here and there. Hope I don't accidentally fall asleep when it comes to streaming.
Vacations are better with the credit. If not, I see Julie McCowan. Welcome in. Zippity Doo Dog, welcome in. Randy, good to see you. Therapy Adventures. You know what they say? Nor rain, nor sleet, nor snow. Wendy Lou Hoo. Welcome in. Jason Max, hello. Let me show you the new decorations that they put up since the last time we were here. So we were over here Tuesday to show you the Christmas merch or Halloween merch and the Halloween decorations. Look at these. Debbie Sanderson, hello from the UK. Welcome. Look at those hanging. I like those a lot. They have more pumpkins up. I like these hanging wreaths. Disneyland fan, welcome in. Diane Schultz, hello, Diane. Perry, Poppy, it's Poppy. Hello, Poppy. Mother Coconuts, hello, Ben. Ben, what's going on, Ben?
Who can change the size of this webcam? Cool. Cool.
Transform your processes into profits like a wizard. Zapier, start automating.
Expedia members save on travel.
There's a plethora of amazing, unique roller coasters out there, but not all coaster concepts get off the ground. In fact, there are many insane coaster ideas that never actually got made. So as voted on by the viewers, here are the top 10 craziest roller coasters never built. Number 10, Togo's Superman coaster at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. The top tier coasters at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas is Superman Krypton Coaster. This floorless roller coaster was created by Swiss manufacturer B&M. Its inventive layout uses the surrounding limestone rock quarry to its advantage, with several segments built directly on top of it. Such a creation is a perfect fit in this park, but believe it or not, this coaster was almost built as something else entirely. It turns out that Japanese manufacturer Togo once pitched a unique looping coaster to fill Superman's spot. This was revealed when Togo's conceptual model was inexplicably listed on eBay. According to the seller, the model was found at a local flea market and was extremely detailed, though its current whereabouts are unknown. The model's layout is quite surreal, featuring what looks like a tower of interwoven helixes. It also contains a vertical loop and an underwater tunnel. While only one photo exists of this model, a Steam user named JMN Ross recreated the proposed ride into Game Planet Coaster. With a little bit of terrain work, you can see for yourself what this coaster would have ridden like. And to be honest, it looks pretty amazing. Its unique layout uses the quarry to its advantage. As of right now, this model is available for download on the Steam Workshop. So if you're a fan of Planet Coaster, you can find a link in the description. Number 9, the Free Fly X model, made by American manufacturer S&S Sansei. In 2009, American manufacturer S&S Sansei installed Tränen at Sweden's Skara Summerland. This model is known as a free fly and is by far one of the most unusual family coasters on the market. This ride seats passengers in swinging ride vehicles on each side of the track. Though the layout technically features inversions, the swinging trains keep passengers from going upside down. The coaster was critically acclaimed by the industry and would receive the award for Best New Ride at the 2009 IAAPA Expo. However, its low capacity allegedly hampered its appeal in the coaster market. S&S, however, was determined to build on this model and would eventually create the Free Fly X concept. Shown only at the 2013 IAAPA Expo, this coaster turns the original family-friendly concept into something much more thrilling. The conceptual animation featured floorless seats on the trains and had a much higher capacity than the standard Free Fly. Its vehicles would allow for a much more intense ride experience, and S&S hoped to make an impact in the thrill ride market. Unfortunately, despite the initial splash it made in the industry, it never really caught on, and would soon fade into relative obscurity. However, in 2019, the company would build a spiritual successor to the Free Fly X with the coaster. This model forgoes the wing-style seating in favor of seats that sit directly above the track. Upon its announcement, this model instantly went viral in the coaster community and was arguably the most talked about roller coaster concept in years. Don't be surprised if you see one of these bad boys open up in the near future. Number 8. The Swine at England's Southend Pier. For almost 200 years, the Southend Pier in Essex, England has been the longest pleasure pier in the world. The pier itself contains a pedestrian walkway, a shuttle train, and a small amusement park named Adventure Island at the base. At one point, though, there were plans for an even bigger entertainment center to be built on it. First conceived in the 1990s, this proposed project named Atlantis City was the brainchild of businessman Tony Garner. Garner's company Epic World Leisure sought over $50 million for the project, which would consist of various new attractions. These attractions included a shopping center, a movie theater, an observation tower, and a massive roller coaster built entirely over water. This thalassophobic coaster would have some truly impressive stats. It would be 246 feet tall, with a top speed of 83 miles per hour and an absolutely wicked 9 inversions. This would have given it more upside-down moments than any other roller coaster on Earth. While it did sound awesome on paper, Garner was unable to find the necessary funding for the project, and despite numerous attempts to revive the concept, it never got off the ground and into the water. Fortunately, though, after years of seemingly being lost to time, the conceptual video was found by researcher Nick Skinner, who was kind enough to provide it for this channel. If you want to check out his website, I put a link in the description as well. Number 7. The Sky Surfer model, made by American manufacturer Aerodynamics. Imagine taking a flying coaster and putting another train on top of the track. You'd get this truly bizarre concept by Aerodynamics. Up until recently, only patents existed of this creation. However, just a few weeks ago, YouTube user Aero Enlightenment Leader posted high-quality footage of the concept from a vintage promotional CD-ROM. This disc came with a press kit, and it was meant to showcase the many innovative concepts Aerodynamics had in the pipeline. These concepts included the following: a diving inverted coaster named the Aerobatic, a Virginia pedestrian walkway, a shuttle train, and a small amusement park named Adventure Island at the base. At one point, though, there were plans for an even bigger entertainment center to be built on it. First conceived in the 1990s, this proposed project named Atlantis City was the brainchild of businessman Tony Garner. Garner's company Epic World Leisure sought over $50 million for the project, which would consist of various new attractions. These attractions included a shop center, a movie theater, an observation tower, and a massive roller coaster built entirely over water. This thalassophobic coaster would have some truly impressive stats. It would be 246 feet tall, with a top speed of 83 miles per hour and an absolutely wicked 9 inversions. This would have given it more upside-down moments than any other roller coaster on Earth. While it did sound awesome on paper, Garner was unable to find the necessary funding for the project, and despite numerous attempts to revive the concept, it never got off the ground and into the water. Fortunately though, after years of seemingly being lost to time, the conceptual video was found by researcher Nick Skinner, who was kind enough to provide it for this channel. If you want to check out his website, I've put a link in the description as well. Number 7. The Sky Surfer model, made by American manufacturer Aerodynamics. Imagine taking passenger ride vehicles on a double-sided track. The top of the track would have a rider in a face-down bodyboarding position, while the bottom of the track would seat the rider in a face-down flying prone position. The layout would be a circular downward helix with bank sections and inversions scattered throughout. Despite the epic scale of this concept though, Aerodynamics would go into bankruptcy around the same time this promotional CD came out. Since then, the Sky Surfer has faded into obscurity, but with SNS Sansei acquiring several of Aero's assets, perhaps they have this project waiting in the wings. Number 6. The wooden invert model, made by American manufacturer Gordon Rides. Initially, this spot was reserved for the conceptual Star Wars coaster, though while a patent was filed for that ride, it was not in fact filed by Walt Disney Imagineering as I first thought. Instead, it was filed by a company named Gordon Rides, and it was more of an example of what their proposed Warring Coaster could do. I'll save the Warring Coaster for a future video, because this company came up with another coaster model that I just had to include here, the wooden inverted coaster. Though I didn't feature it in my initial fan poll, viewers like Coaster Chicken 24, Matthew Wagner, and Let's Split Up Gang 1969 have all given suggestions on where to place it. So based on everyone's suggestions, I'd say the number 6 spot is still a good location for it. Moving on, the wooden inverted coaster would sit passengers under a wooden track and would surround them with wooden support structures as they navigated the course. A leg guard would be used to protect riders from hitting their feet on the supports, though it would supposedly feature lap bars instead of over-the-shoulder restraints. Another thing worth noting is that this concept was allegedly incapable of inversions, which would have been a pretty hard thing to do here. The patent describes the coaster as providing, quote, a distinctive, rough, noisy, out-of-control feeling of freedom, which are enjoyed by many roller coaster enthusiasts. Whether the natural rumble of a wooden coaster would translate well to an invert is unknown, but this was no doubt an extremely creative innovation. Unfortunately for Gordon Rides, the failure of their Mega Whirl flat ride at Brooklyn's Coney Island would end up bankrupting the company. The ride was a financial disaster, which was made even worse when damage from Hurricane Sandy made it extremely difficult to relocate. Hopefully another company will come in to revive these.
Purina Cat Chow, for curious kittens and cats of all ages.
Here at Downey Nissan, we treat our customers like family with our friendly and approachable customer service. We have a large inventory of new Nissan models, and we have a car for every driver. From affordable commuters to spacious family cars, work trucks to sports cars, and everything in between. Plus, our team can give you expert financial advice, since trustworthy auto service is the name of the game here at Downey Nissan. Stop by or visit us online today at downeynissan.com.
Concepts. Number 5, the 400-plus foot terror coaster at Germany's Heidi Park. As of right now, the tallest roller coaster with a lift hill is Fury 325 at North Carolina's Carowinds. This is by far one of the most intimidating and impressive coasters in the world, but believe it or not, its record could have been broken over a decade before it was built. In 2001, Germany's Heidi Park was planning a brand new roller coaster for the 2003 season. It would be built by Swiss manufacturer Intamin, who was fresh off the success of Millennium Force at Ohio's Cedar Point. According to early estimates, the proposed attraction would stand at an enormous 410 feet tall, which would have made it the tallest full-circuit roller coaster on Earth. Besides the first drop, it would feature a relatively low-to-the-ground layout focused on speed, with a few airtime moments thrown in as well. It was pretty much the German equivalent of Millennium Force. It would be located right next to Colossus, another Intamin coaster. Unfortunately, the project would run into several obstacles during its development. First off, the park was unable to get a permit to build the coaster in the spot they had in mind. Heidi Park had to move the proposed construction site near their bobsled coaster, Bob-on. However, alleged height limits in the new location would force the park to scale the project down from 410 feet to around 335 feet. This still would have made it the world's tallest full-circuit coaster, but the opening of Top Thrill Dragster in 2003 would put that record out of reach for the park, which made them less enthusiastic to build it. The project would be constantly delayed over the years, as park officials were hesitant to spend so much money on a single roller coaster. Major investments like Colossus were not boosting attendance as expected, and the park sought to focus more on families and save the money for other attractions. By the late 2000s, the project seemingly vanished into thin air. Though other thrilling coasters like Flug de Dämonen and Kraken would be built, the status of the proposed Giga Coaster is still unknown. Number 4, the Figure 8 Loop Coaster model, made by German designer George Putz. In the 70s and 80s, ride designer Anton Schwarzkopf's portable coasters were all the rage. These included looping coasters like Teststrecke and the world-famous Olympia Looping. These coasters would be transported from fair to fair, bringing grade A thrills to hometowns across Germany. However, Schwarzkopf wasn't the only ambitious German designer for his time. In 1985, another German designer named George Putz filed a patent for perhaps the most insane roller coaster element that never came into fruition. This element, known as a Figure 8, is exactly what it sounds like, a twisting inversion in the shape of its titular number. Unlike standard vertical loops, the track does not cross over at any point, instead taking a squiggly-shaped pathway from a bird's eye view. Besides what's in the patent, the exact details behind this coaster are mostly unknown. All we do know is that a miniature model of this ride once existed, and was shown off at German manufacturer Zier's booth at the annual IAAPA Expo. Only one photo of this model exists, but just one is better than none, and we're very lucky to have this design documented. Number 3, the Gyro Coaster, made by American engineering firm AKA Engineering. Ever seen one of those human gyrosphere rides? Well, imagine combining it with a roller coaster. In 2009, American engineering firm AKA Engineering revealed an unnamed roller coaster concept known by many as the Gyro Coaster. This company had been mostly known for its aerospace and government contracts, and this would be their first major step into the amusement industry. S&S Sansei was set to manufacture this coaster, and it is without question one of the most bizarre roller coaster concepts ever conceived. Passengers would sit in ring-shaped ride cars, each seating 2 people. The vehicles were capable of 3 rotational axes, allowing guests to flip, rotate, and spin in every conceivable direction. The track would have been a grand-scale design, capable of vertical drops and inversions. All the while, guests would be hurled through controlled rotations as if they were in a washing machine in space. The trains were also used in the drop tower concept, something that truly would have been a sight to see. Patents for the components were filed in 2009, and S&S would discuss the concept in 2010. However, not much was heard after that. A video of the concept does still exist on AKA Engineering's YouTube page, but the company hasn't posted anything new in over a decade. If we do see this coaster concept again, though, perhaps it will be of a Sonic the Hedgehog ring-themed ride. That would be pretty amazing. Number 2, the Polar Coaster, made by American designer US Thrill Rides. In 2013, US Thrill Rides, along with American manufacturer S&S Sansei, announced a $500 million concept that seemed too good to be true. This entertainment complex, known as a Polar Coaster, would feature a shopping center, a sports bar, arcade, and a massive observation tower. This tower would be the complex's centerpiece, with an enormous roller coaster swirling around it. The coaster itself would be a variation of S&S's famous El Loco model, and would stand at an extravagant 500 feet tall. It was set to break the record for the world's tallest roller coaster. Its downward spiraling layout would include several insane inversions, and the design itself looked like something straight out of No Limits. Add in a drop tower that ascended the massive structure, and you've got a world-class attraction in the making. Several of these polar coasters were planned all across the U.S., with locations planned in Orlando, Florida, Atlantic City, New Jersey, Emerson, Georgia, and Las Vegas, Nevada. Unfortunately, getting such a project off the ground wouldn't be so easy. Over the years, each conceived polar coaster would run into planning issues and opposition. Perhaps most famously was the Universal Studios Resort sending lobbyists to oppose the Orlando location. They argued it would ruin the immersion and skyline in their parks, especially in the wizarding world of Harry Potter. Imagine trying to immerse yourself in the wizarding world when all of a sudden you see this giant tower with a giant roller coaster around it. Doesn't exactly seem like something from the books. Somewhere along development, S&S Sansei would exit the project and would be replaced by Intamin as the manufacturer. Not too long afterwards, investors allegedly soured on the project. and no updates have been provided in over a year. It's unknown if we'll ever see this concept come back to life, but hopefully we can experience it one day, because, let's be honest, this looks epic. Number 1, the Fishhook Coaster at Las Vegas, Nevada's Stratosphere. From personal experience, I can safely say the Stratosphere is the most awe-inspiring and dreamlike entertainment complex I've ever experienced. 3 jaw-dropping flat rides sit at around 1,000 feet in the air, each one serving as an endurance test for those afraid of heights. At one point, there also existed a small roller coaster named the High Roller. This relatively tame attraction took guests around the top of the observation deck at a pretty slow speed. At one point, though, something much bigger, faster, and crazier was planned for this complex. In the year 2000, Stratosphere officials, along with Aerodynamics, were in talks to build an incredible record-breaking attraction on the tower. Their proposal included the following: a 740-foot tall fish-hook-shaped shuttle coaster that plummeted riders down the side of the building. Passengers would be sent downwards at a mind-blowing 122 miles per hour, crossing Las Vegas Boulevard and ascending a beyond vertical spike to burn off momentum. A large concept model showed exactly how the attraction would look, and thrill seekers were on the edge of their seats to see it built. But soon the project would be in jeopardy. Since the coaster came close to ground level, residents were concerned about the ride's potential noise level. They argued that the screaming would disturb homeowners and lower the value of nearby properties. Aero would try to amend these concerns by proposing enclosed ride vehicles to muffle passengers' screams. This seemed like a promising idea, but the project would come to a grinding halt when Aero filed for bankruptcy in the early 2000s. Though Stratosphere officials wanted to move forward with the project, the opposition was louder than ever. In their minds, why should they trust a project where the manufacturer went bankrupt? It wouldn't be long before this project was chucked into the could-have-happened bin, and the Stratosphere would instead build 2 new thrill rides, X-Scream and Insanity. Both of these rides are absolutely terrifying, forcing you to look down off the edge of the building at around 1,000 feet in the air. And to be honest, the building looks a lot better without a giant roller coaster going off of it. Nevertheless, this still would have been an awesome creation for thrill seekers. Before I wrap this video up, here's a quick shout out to my newest gold tier Patreon supporter, Sam Freeman. Thank you all so much, and if you want to support me on Patreon, you can do so once again at the link in the description. Thanks for watching, everyone. Feel free to like, share, and subscribe. You can follow me on social media on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, or you can check out my website at themeparkcrazy.com. This is Theme Park Crazy, and I'll see you all next time.
Roller coasters are well known for their death-defying experiences that put you face-to-face with the Grim Reaper himself. And for the most part, these are incredibly safe machines. It's a controlled environment where a computer operates a ride based on external programming steps, blah, 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 blah. Here's a list of things that roller coasters are safer than. And if you really think about it, think of how many people are riding roller coasters right now. There's hundreds of thousands of different roller coasters operating around the world, so there are millions of people on ride this very day. The fact that we see one accident pop up in a ride like every 3 to 4 months is astounding for the amount of rides that are out there. Like, how many car crashes occur every day or even every hour? How many car crashes occur on the way to a theme park? So yes, roller coasters are safe, but every once in a while they do slip up. There are coaster accidents that make the news every couple of months, especially if it's for a big park selling ride. The most recent large-scale one we had was a Kraken Fury 325, but some other notable ones we've had were El Toro's derailment, Top Throw Dragster's metal piece flying, and Chivalry Temper's collision. So the big question is why? Why have all these big rides been getting in accidents, but more importantly, why do roller coaster accidents happen in general? What causes roller coaster accidents? Well, it really depends. I know that's not a clean-cut answer that you're looking for, but it's the truth. There are many different types of accidents, and you can pinpoint specific reasons for all of them. So today in this video, I'm going to be going through all the major types of roller coaster accidents and telling you why they happen. I'll also give you examples and yada, yada, yada. If you're still watching, I think you're sold, so we should jump in. This is a pretty well-known one. Roller coaster derailments are probably the most well-known type of accidents, and unfortunately, it happens the most often. The most recent example of a major one was at Groneland in Sweden on the Jetline coaster. The front of this ride partially derailed, injuring 9 and killing 1. Another famous derailment was on Mindbender at the West Edmonton Mall. This was back in the 80s, but it killed 3 people and critically wounded a 4th. So yes, it's clear that derailments are very dangerous. Another recent one was on El Toro, but no one was really hurt on it, so I'm not really going to talk about it that much. Now, it's worth mentioning that When a ride does derail, the park undergoes a criminal investigation for attempted or completed manslaughter. So obviously these are taken very seriously, and they should be. This is the textbook roller coaster accident that everyone fears. So why do they happen? Well, the main reason is ride maintenance. Roller coasters have to go through daily inspections and test runs before people are allowed on the ride, and if these inspections are rushed or just not completed thoroughly, then they aren't going to be as accurate. And for roller coasters, that's something that kind of needs to be accurate. Now, there's a lot of reasons why a park's inspection and maintenance may be lacking. It could be staffing issues, it could be budget cuts, or it could just be sloppiness. Regardless, this is something they need to get right because it can be disastrous if they don't. Now, if you want a more specific physical answer, then a lot of the times the track just isn't lined up. Roller coaster track isn't like one big steel tube, like a giant spaghetti ball folding around itself. It's built with tons of small pieces and assembled like Legos, but all the pieces have to perfectly line up in order for the ride to run smoothly. If not, you get a derailment. I'm sure there's a little more to it than that, but in a nutshell, that's the engineering behind a derailment. This one's actually a little scary to think about because you really have no idea when you get on the ride how well it's been inspected or been maintained. You're just kind of hoping that they're safe. Another big one that people are scared of are roller coaster crashes. Now, these are a little less common than derailments, but they kind of come in a package deal. When a coaster crashes, it usually derails. Some people even consider the Mindbender accident to be a crash, not a derail, but the wheels came off the track, so I'm saying it's a derailment. But a big crash that people know about is the Smiler accident in 2015. This was a weirder circumstance because of high winds, but it follows the same rules as most crashes, and that's human error. I have a video where I talk about the Smiler and a couple other big accidents. I'll link it in the card or the description. I don't know, it shouldn't be very hard to find, but I'm not going to explain it in depth here. Just know that ride-ups overrode the computer, telling them not to dispatch because they felt like it. Then the trains collided. This one sucks because it could have been completely avoided with just some simple common sense, and it did seriously injure many of the riders. Another crash that was more recent but a little less fatal was on Shivering Timbers, where the ride-ups unlocked the train in the brake run. It just rolled into the train that was parked in the station. They overrode the computer and everything. So yes, for the most part, I think train-on-train collisions are usually the ride operators' fault, which is really bad for the parks for a lawsuit, and really, really bad for us because we can't really control what they do after we've dispatched on the ride. Luckily for us, though, there are enough computer systems in place that these don't happen too often, but when it does, it's pretty much just pure ignorance. Okay, this is probably the biggest one people are afraid of. I feel like I keep saying that for all of these. People are just kind of afraid of roller coaster accidents, moral of the story. Now, I'm going to say it straight up. This is also just the staff's ignorance. For the most part, this is a ride-up just ignoring or not properly securing restraints, but there is one instance I can think of where it's not entirely the ride-up's fault. That instance is on Superman the Ride of Steel in 2011. Now, this is also kind of the guest's fault, and the reason I say that is because he was a double-leg amputee. He was a veteran, so God bless him, but he probably should have known that this wouldn't have been a good idea. There are numerous signs in the park surrounding pretty much every roller coaster in any amusement park saying who should not ride, and a double amputee is definitely on it. I know a lot of people skip it and just walk straight to the line, but if you're coming to the park with a special circumstance, I feel like you should kind of be more careful with what you go on. He also refused a safety pamphlet, which definitely would have told him not to go. Now, that being said, the ride ops also should have just stopped him when they saw he wasn't physically fit to ride. That's kind of their job. He actually made it past the first drop and the first hill, but was ejected on the second. Mostly park's fault and a little bit of guest faults, but this is something I feel like you can have a little bit of control over. If you don't feel like your restraint is safe, then call someone over. Don't think it's movie magic keeping you in. There's no movie magic keeping you in a roller coaster. That metal bar or vest or whatever it is the only thing that's going to stop you from blasting off like two rockets. So if there's any part of you that's hesitant, then get it double checked. Worst case scenario, it was already fine and nothing happens. It is much better than being ejected from the ride. And parks are sensitive to this. On New Texas Giant, a woman was ejected from the ride after telling her ride ops that she did not feel safe with her restraint. So don't be afraid to ask. It could save your life. I know this is a weird name for a category, but it just includes a bunch of different structural issues. This ranges from the crack on Pier 325 to the pothole in El Toro. This also includes the Top Throw Dragster accident where a metal piece flew off, and I am really sorry about that last dragster video. It was a little old, but I also just had some straight up inaccuracies in it, so I'm sorry about that, especially since it's a very sensitive topic regarding an accident. Anyways, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. This is also maintenance. It genuinely baffles me how no one at the park saw this crack at Pier 325. It was pointed out by a guest member who just recorded a video of it and uploaded it online. If you want to learn more about that accident in particular, then I have a YouTube short in it you can check out. But yeah, this one's a quick one. 1. It's maintenance lacking for the same reasons I talked about before. Now, this is not really an accident. In fact, this is actually the ride working against accidents, exactly how it's supposed to. So I kind of tricked you with this, but I'm going to go over it because it's probably the most likely one you'll experience out of all of these. So let me run through what you do and why you do it. First, the why. Evacs happen when the computer stops the ride for one reason or another. This could be because the block zone ahead is filled, or maybe the weather is too much for the ride, or it's just freaking out for an unidentified reason. The computer is programmed to shut down the ride whenever one of these instances happen to keep the guests safe. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to wait in your seat. You're not going to panic. You're going to do exactly what the ride operator tells you to do. You're in no danger. The coaster train will lock, so you won't be rolling around. You probably will be escorted onto a ramp or onto stairs. If you're on a lift hill, you can get some pretty cool views. Just don't trip. And at the end of it all, you'll probably get to skip the line pass for a ride of your choice, and maybe even some park merch. Depends on how generous they are. So evacs really are no big deal. They happen all the time. I just wanted to mention it because, like I said, out of all of these on the list, this is probably the one you'll maybe encounter. And that's pretty much all of them. Those are most of the major accidents, or non-accidents, I guess, that can happen on roller coasters. Again, I know it can be scary to see these accidents pop up in the news, but you have to remember that roller coasters' #1 priority are to keep you safe, and that 99.9995% of the time you are. So don't be afraid for your safety on roller coasters. Just make sure your restraint is pushed down all the way. Thank you guys so much for watching all the way to the end, and I will see you in the next one.
Listen, paying $14.99 a month for a streaming app, and $9.99 a month for a music app, and $12.99 for a fitness app, and more money for a bunch of other apps, that really adds up. So why not get YouTube Premium for just $13.99? It's like having all those and the entire world of YouTube uninterrupted. Your wallet will thank you, if wallets could talk. YouTube Premium. Try 1 month free.
Ever since they burst on the scene with their stand-up coaster Iron Wolf, B&M has dominated the coaster game with their high quality and reliable rides. You know who B&M is? I'm not really going to waste your time giving some big bloated intro. Today we're going to be ranking their coaster models. A lot of people have been asking me to do a video like this for Intamin or SNS or RMC or some other crazy manufacturer, but no. Today we're going to be doing good old reliable B&M, and there's one reason why. Consistency. See, with SNS and Intamin you have bangers like the 4D coaster and the wooden coasters, but then you also have the 4D coasters and the wooden coasters. And RMC only has like 3 models, so that would be a really quick video. But B&M has quality across the board. Every one of their major models has multiple large-scale installations and at least one good ride from each. And yeah, I have my preferences, that's why it's a ranking, but for the most part, I'd say these models are at least all solid. They may not have the highs like Intamin's, but they definitely don't have the lows. So without further ado, let's get into the ranking. Actually, one more thing before we start the ranking, I haven't been on a B&M Giga, which is like their best one, probably.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
So yeah, I can't really rank that one, but I've been on all the other ones, so here we go. This is what it feels like to ride a stand-up coaster as a dude. I really don't understand why stand-ups exist. Like, it was B&M's first model, but it kind of seems like more work for them to make than just a regular sit-down coaster. I don't know anyone who enjoys these rides. I've only been on one, soon maybe 2, but that one was Green Lantern at Great Adventure, and it was really not an enjoyable ride. It just doesn't make sense as a design. Who would want to stand up and then go upside down and over all these airtime hills and crazy elements in this rigid position, putting all the pressure on your feet and knees? Like, that sounds horrible, and yet they exist at multiple parks. The only reason they're popular is because it's a novelty to stand up on a ride, but once you get on the ride, you realize you just wasted 2 hours. And you think that these would have layouts that would cater to the standing up aspect, but no, these got the most demonic, massive elements I've ever seen in my life. Like, look at Riddler's Revenge. Why would you ever make a dive loop that big? What am I looking at? I really have nothing good to say about the model. The layouts aren't that good. The standing factor is a pain to set up, and it's literally painful on the ride. And they always have massive waits because they take forever to load and unload. This is an easy last place, and you know what? I know I said all their ride models are solid, but this one isn't. This one is pretty bad. I think the surf coaster will improve in it because it seems to be fixing a lot of the issues, but it still doesn't fix the fact that I don't want to stand on a roller coaster. From here on out, there's nothing really bad. This one isn't like incredible, but it's not a bad model either. It's just kind of there. You ride these when you have time at the park, and if you can't get on it, then like, you can't get on it, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. This is one of those models where you know exactly what it feels like.
Everyone, I'd like to raise a toast. It's that classic Ritz cracker taste and a crunchy toasted chip.
To the chip! To the chip!
Ritz toasted chips. The crunchy chips. Only from...
Roller coasters are well known for their death-defying experiences that put you face-to-face with the Grim Reaper himself. And
$5 all-you-can-eat pancakes are back to celebrate IHOP's 65th anniversary.
Lease a new 2023 EV6 Win for $429 a month. You're a hardworking adult ready to come back. You made your schedule, you called the shots, you've got this, Bree. And nothing can stop you, not even the night shift. Earn a degree you'll be proud of and employers will respect. Apply now at purdueglobal.edu.
the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pod.
Wow, no one else is interested in watching the live stream. Okay. Maybe I could switch to another drawing. Okay, phone didn't overheat yet. Okay, should continue the art fights, the 2 remaining art fight Avengers already. Something Parker related? Or... I might use some of this that I left out since April. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna finish whichever without live streaming. So hot bellies and the squished bellies from the sides.
Here at Nissan of Tustin, we treat our customers like family. We have a large inventory of new Nissan models, and we have a car for every driver, from affordable commuters to spacious family cars, work trucks to sports cars, and everything in between. So we're confident when you come see us, you're likely to find exactly what
Wow. Yeah, still nobody's chatting. Wow, nobody else is interested.
Can be found in the Magic Kingdom and features audio animatronics of the current and past American presidents. And to nail every detail, Disney Imagineers scoured history books for information on period textiles, tailoring, jewelry, shoes, and hairstyles. Every figure within the show has a change of clothes, and for the newer presidents, they may even be from the former presidents themselves. Bill Clinton even supplied a wristwatch to capture his likeness. Although each president has a change of clothes, it doesn't even come close to the 250 various costumes that Mickey Mouse has in his closet. And that was a Disney Park Fact. The Hall of Presidents can be found in the Magic Kingdom and features audio animatronics of the current and past American presidents. And to nail every detail, Disney Imagineers scoured history books for information on period textiles, tailoring, jewelry, shoes, and hairstyles. Every figure within the show has a change of clothes, and for the newer presidents, they may even be from the former presidents themselves. Bill Clinton even supplied a wristwatch to capture his likeness. Although each president has a change of clothes, it doesn't even come close to the 250 various costumes that Mickey Mouse has in his closet. And that was a Disney Park Fact. The Hall of Presidents can be found in the Magic Kingdom and features audio animatronics of the current and past American presidents. And to nail every detail, Disney Imagineers scoured history books for information on period textiles, tailoring, jewelry, shoes, and hairstyles. Every figure within the show has a change of clothes, and for the newer presidents, they
Resistance is at stake.
There's no escape. You will tell me the location of the secret base, and then I will destroy you and the resistance.
Aiming a little off target. Ground crews will meet you outside the wreck.
Good tour.
Every bond you buy keeps our enemies still away. We can fight. This is Captain Rogers. The
United States, please.
Okay, maybe you'll do at least one character. Switch to yet another. 2 hairs and 3 hairs. That one has 2 hairs. Okay, gotta increase the height. Increase it to a new height.
I'm spacing it out. Tom rafts to Tom Sawyer's Island. Tinkerbell toy. Let's go. Tinkerbell toy. Mission to Mars. Ooh, Tomorrowland. Who is this?
To our new passengers, aloha and welcome aboard. For those of you standing, please hold on to the handrails throughout our journey and stay clear of the door. For the comfort of others,
Stand clear of the door.
our next stop is Disney's Grand Floridian Resort and Spa.
I'm gonna use this. There you go. Old picture from Keenan Irvine. So, what is the quality of this stream? Only 720. Whoa. And yeah, quality is becoming top notch for a mobile stream. Yes. Man, so much better than streaming with a camera in the mobile app. So YouTube mobile app is best off with muscular body shape. Man, anybody's gonna have a tolerance of fat characters. So yes. More diagonally. Yeah, it's gonna feel like D-Say Sam. Could feel like D-Sam would used to plagiarize. Used to plagiarize Keenan Irvine.
of important due dates and actually compete directly with you, and usually at a much lower price. When you send your clients to a third-party service, you have no control over the process. You have no control over your client's experience, and you have no control.
Doesn't look like cheating at first.
You don't know what your client is going to get. Here's where the CorpNet Partner Program can help. Imagine offering all these services directly to your clients yourself. You'd actually be increasing your firm's revenue while making your clients happier without any extra work. Through the CorpNet Partner Program, you can immediately start offering your clients incorporation and LLC filings, compliance monitoring, due date alerts, annual report filings,
There you go.
registered agent services, and so much more in all 50 states. As your silent fulfillment partner, we'll do all the work while you get all the credit. Your client, your brand, we do all the work. So what are you waiting for? Start offering business filings and corporate compliance services directly to your clients.
Okay.
Increase client engagement and retention. Increase your firm revenues. Stay in control of the entire client experience. There's no setup fees, no annual fees, and no obligation. You can cancel anytime. You only pay for the services you want, if and when you want them, at wholesale discounted prices. Join the CorpNet Partner Program today. Your clients will love you for it.
While I do stand by, fuck would he remove the Go Plus? Be pointless. So many Alvin Hung fans say this, and it pisses me off. Alvin Hung did not remove the stuff on Go Animate because he is poor. In fact, he is not poor at all. If he was poor, then how the hell would he be able to keep Go Animate up? I assume he gets paid quite a lot, as he is the CEO of a company.
He isn't greedy either. I will tell you why a lot of updates happen. The Street Fighter theme got removed because Alvin Hung doesn't want to get sued by Capcom.
Sorry, but that statement is false. You treated that statement as if Alvin Hung simply added the Street Fighter theme on Go Animate without permission. When in reality, Street Fighter, as well as Star Trek, Chowder, Akon, Underdog, and etc., got removed because they were all licensed themes, and the day that they got removed was when Alvin Hung lost the license, removed the Go Plus because he needed money. Now, I am not exactly sure why he removed the Go Plus, but I'm guessing that reason why is because of the way he wants to market his website. Go Plus was mostly a plan suited for hobbyists, but Alvin decided to take a more business-friendly approach to his website, so having the Go Plus plan there would be pointless as Go Animate isn't a hobbyist website anymore.
The old color palette got replaced by a new color palette because he likes the new one better. Also, there are more colors. He can change it if he wants to.
Well, you do have a point. I feel like most of the Go brats acted really stubborn when Alvin Hung changed the color palette, even though I find the old color palette a little bit easier to use than the newer one. The new one is debatably better than the old one, is like what you just said. You can get more colors, and not to mention it has an eyedropper, which is something that the old one lacked.
The comments, favorites, messages, followers, and following had to be removed because there was inappropriate behavior in the community.
What? You mean like every other social media website? Pretty much every single social media site has toxic behavior, whether it is YouTube, DeviantArt, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, or Snapchat, but yet you don't see them removing the comments feature. I have seen a lot of people use this excuse for why he removed those features, but I don't think it is actually the case. My theory as to why Alvin removed the comments, favorites, messages, followers, and following is like what I said earlier. He wants to market his website in a different way than he did back then. Alvin Hung wanted to take a more business-friendly approach to his website. He removed those features as social media features aren't needed for business animation websites. 9-year-olds telling each other that they are grounded forever isn't the reason why those features were removed, in my opinion. And even if he did go by your theory on Alvin Hung removing the social media features because of people's cyberbullying, why would he remove the favorites, followers, and following? He could have simply removed the comments and messages and kept the other social media features up.
The Facebook plugin had to be removed because, again, he needs money. He needs money.
I wasn't lying when I said that you are going to hear this excuse a lot throughout this video. Money wasn't the reason why the Facebook login was removed. My guess as to why the Facebook login was removed was most likely that it wasn't a very popular feature. I mean, have you ever seen a Facebook user use Go Animate?
The old video maker had to be replaced by a new one because the old one is starting to get old, and he needs money for God.
Jesus Christ, you claimed that Alvin Hung isn't greedy earlier, but since you are overusing this excuse, you are trying to make Alvin Hung sound like a Susan or Clicky wannabe by removing features just so he could get money.
Some of the old voices had to be removed because their license expired.
Did you just make a point that is actually correct? Oh my God. You actually said something that was actually correct for once. Great job, Andrew. Here is your winner sticker.
The old sound effects and music had to be replaced by new ones because he needs freaky money.
Oh my fucking God. You are seriously on a broken record for using this excuse. Alvin Hung did not remove the old sound effects and music because he needs money. For the last time, stop using this excuse.
Also, some of the sounds and music are copyrighted. The old themes had to be removed because they are not compatible with HTML5. And also, Comedy World looks exactly like Family Guy, and Alvin Hung might get sued by Fox.
I don't agree with your second point. While it is true that Comedy World has quite a lot of similarities to Family Guy when it comes to the art style and some of the background, but it is not a straight-up ripoff. Besides that, I do agree with your first point though. Many of the themes such as Comedy World, The Peeps, Anime, White Housers, Stick Figure, Cartoon Classics, and etc. were all only compatible with the Adobe Flash player. Adobe Flash has become outdated since the launch of HTML5, as Adobe recently discontinued Flash earlier this year. Converting Flash files to HTML5 isn't simple and easy to do. I'd imagine it would take Alvin Hung a long time to try to convert all of those themes into HTML5.
Now let me tell you what you are all doing to him. You are making videos of grounded threats, arrest threats, grants, and other stuff out of him. That could get your account terminated. Alvin Hung looks like this. He is no devil. That could be mean to a lot of people. His family is really poor. That's right. He has a family. And all you don't care about the hard times he has went through. Proves that heartless and cruel you all are.
I have absolutely zero fucking clue on what you are going on about. You seriously think that Alvin Hung is poor and has to go through hard times with his family? What the fucking fuck? You are literally using emotional manipulation as you are making your viewers see Alvin Hung as the sinner and lucky guy who has to go through hard times because of his poorness. Alvin Hung is not poor. Stop saying that he is. Anyone can still use it, play, or watch something, even if it is made by someone they dislike. For example, I personally dislike some anime, mainly because of the drama he caused in the Go Anime community, but I do enjoy watching his videos. So, according to your logic, I am not allowed to watch his videos because I dislike him. Makes sense, I guess.
He is the founder of Go Anime, not you guys. It is his website, not yours. And you think you can go to the website? It is really far away.
episode 20. Land by 2030. This park is on an insane bender as of late. They just keep pumping out new coasters year after year. They practically overlap each other. And how much new stuff has they added? You would think it's something like this park is probably a big stuff, and they keep adding new stuff. They'll run out of space. If you If you look at the land around Seaworld, there's not a lot of space to expand. However, I'm buying this anyway. They have that big parking lot that can be used to build more stuff, and there is land that's not connected to the park, but it is close enough and can be used for parking. This is kind of what Disneyland did. Use that parking lot for California Adventure and push their parking structure way outside where the park is. Again, I don't know how long they plan to expand, but this seems reasonable. Grouchy Berry 7279. Six Flags Over Georgia will RMC or remove Great American Scream Machine in the next 5 to 10 years. This PTC Winnie coaster just celebrated its 50th anniversary, and based on my ride this year, I've never seen it run better. It used to be one of the roughest coasters in the country. Now it's not half bad. It seems like Six Flags is invested in this ride. It still seems popular. It looks great right there in the lake. It's a classic now, and it was the park's first major coaster, so I'm selling this. There's no way they RMC it with Twisted Cyclone right there, and I don't think they tear it down either. If you hate it, too bad. You're stuck with this for the long haul. Fry Guy 909. Superman the Ride will end up getting new intimate lap bars by 2030. In 2004, this ride had an accident, and that led to the banning of T-bar lap bars in the state of Massachusetts. The bars were modified, and then they got replaced in 2009, and they're terrible. Intamin has introduced brand new trains in recent years, and they're amazing. They have the lap bars that come down over your head. They don't staple you. They're some of the best out there. But will Six Flags pay for these new trains? No way. I'm selling this. Even though Superman has awful lap bars, the ride is still popular. As long as people keep riding it and enjoying it, they won't miss it. Sure, coaster enthusiasts will be plenty, and there's no way it's ever winning the Golden Ticket Award for Best Dual Coaster again. But that's a small price to pay to avoid buying new trains. Coaster Fair 2602. Cedar Fair works with Vekoma by 2030. There's no doubt the Vekoma wave is coming to North America. Disney has been on board forever. Dollywood is all in with the last two coasters. Kodoland got the first major one they ever decided to build it, and I bet the big change.
One child believes we will be here to fight.
In 23 years. The last one is Boomerang at World of Fame. This boycott won't last forever. I'm buying this. By 2030, we will almost for sure at least see a family coaster at one of their parks. That seems like a good option for King's Dominion and Carowinds. Maybe a suspended one for King's Dominion and Big Bear Mountain for Carowinds. And I wouldn't rule out a big one either. Canada's Wonderland and Kings Island could really use one of their new age launch coasters. There are so many options. Vekoma is on the rise again. They're getting more work in the U.S. It's gonna happen. Julian Ponce, 1854. There will be another Giga in the U.S. before 2026. There are only 4 in the U.S. right now, and they came in 2000, 2010, 2015, and 2020. Given this pattern, it seems like in 2025, we're due once again. That being said, I'm selling this. There aren't that many good options left. All 4 are at Cedar Fair parks, and the only real option left in the chain is Knott's Berry Farm. It seems like they took a serious look at this one and shrunk that project down to 100 feet, and now it seems like it's not going to happen, at least for now. I think some of the SeaWorld and Hershey parks might do it, and if you said by 2030, I may buy it. Before 2026, I'm selling it. It's just too soon to say that such a major addition will pop up somewhere, but this is one where I would love to be wrong. Double only with sex. Wait, wrong. Six Flags America will get a new coaster in 2025. It's been a long time for Six Flags America. Even if you count relocated coasters, it's been about 10 years since they got the last one. If you only look at new coasters, you have to go all the way back to 2001. That being said, I'm buying it. If you noticed, all of a sudden, Six Flags seems to be interested in small-scale coasters. Late last year, they announced 2 dueling Skyline Kids coasters for Over Georgia and Fiesta, Texas. They also gave a small one to St. Louis, and that's also a park that hasn't got anything in 10 years. I bet that either next year or the year after, Six Flags America gets one of these small coasters.
I wouldn't bet a dime on them getting anything major, but a kid's coaster, absolutely. Brian Monroe, 2828. Chosen to best coaster in the world discussion. Okay, in fairness, this question was submitted before the official announcement, so let me use this to give my thoughts on Top Thrill 2. Yes, that's the name, Top Thrill 2. That's about as lazy as X2, but in the end, it doesn't matter. This is one of those rare times where I was right about something. From the start, I said they would replace the launch with LSM, and they would make it a multi-pass launch with a big back spike. This made sense, because I didn't think LSM would be strong enough to get it over the top hat. The first launch is going to be 74 miles an hour. How long it'll take to get there, I'm not sure. I'm guessing that won't be a big gut punch. Then it'll go up the tower and come back down. It's going 46 miles an hour slower than before, so it probably won't go up too far. And based on the animation, it barely goes up at all. Anyway, people dreamed about getting a rollback on Dragster, and now you get one every time. If it feels anything like Superman at Magic Mountain, don't get your hopes up too high. Then, it's going to launch the train up to 100 miles an hour and up that back spike, standing 420 feet tall, and I think this will be really cool. I love the spike on Pantheon, and this one is supersized. Also, the backward launch that back should be amazing. Pantheon has that awesome bunny hop going backwards. I would love to see that on Dragster also, but I doubt that'll happen. Then, finally, you launch up to 120 miles an hour, up and over the top. I think that last booster launch will be awesome. I love a good booster launch, but nobody's ever been boosted at that speed. Will this be better than the original? That's a tough call. I definitely think it'll be different. Dragster was such an insane gut punch, such a rush, and I think you're losing that insanity with these changes. However, you're getting something else that makes the ride so much more dynamic. Forward and backward launches, exceeding 100 miles an hour, the G-force from rising backward into a 420-foot spike, the booster getting the train up to 120 miles an hour. I honestly think this will make for an overall better ride. Also, it's getting brand new trains. Like the launch, these were designed by Zamperla. These are their new Lightning trains, and they look a lot like New Age Intamin trains. The lap bar coming down over your head, and I hope it's as comfortable as Intamin's version. Now, will it challenge the best coasters in the world? I'm selling that. I think if they added more after the top hat, it could have a case. That's kind of disappointing. I thought there was a decent chance they'd add more elements after looking at the track on the brake light, but they chose not to. The announcement on August 1st wasn't a surprise to anyone. There wasn't anything that was revealed that people didn't already expect, but I think they needed to do this after 20 years of headaches and pain. And in the end, I think they made the ride better. I'll just have to ride it to find out if that's the case. Now, the burning question. Is Top Thrill 2 a new credit? Right now, I'm gonna say yes. The ride experience has changed so much, I think it qualifies. But if you disagree, let me know in the comments. Ramon Ortiz, 1327. Cedar Point will get their next ground-up coaster in 2025 or 2026. I think this is a tough time for Cedar Point. They invested a lot of money into their new boardwalk, the Grand Pavilion, getting their new Wild Mouse coaster, and then they turn around and spend God knows how much on the Dragster project. I think between the boardwalk and the scale of the renovation of Top Thrill Dragster, they'll treat this like a new coaster and reset their clock. I'm selling this. I would be surprised to see anything new at the park before 2027, more likely 2028 or 2029. Fahrenheit 097. Cedar Point will remove Gemini in the next 5 years for a new coaster. Once Cedar Point is willing to build something new, the question is, where is it going to go? 5 years is a pretty good window to examine, and if they do build something in that time, they'll need to start clearing land. This could mean the end of one of their rides. I said in the past that Gemini could be in trouble, and they considered tearing it down back when Dragster was brand new. It's aging. It wasn't running well when I went there this summer, and maybe its days are numbered. All things considered, I'm selling this. For one, I think there's only one major attraction coming in the next 5 years, so that's only one chance that Gemini has at getting the axe. Another thing to consider, and this may be way off base, but the park may not want to tear down Gemini so close to its 50th anniversary. That'll come in 2028, and if that's when they get their next big coaster, they may shy away from killing it right around the big milestone. Ultron Productions 2179. Gornalon will tear down Jetline after the fatal accident last month. For those of you who didn't see, Jetline derailed on June 25th. 3 people fell out of one of the cars and 1 person died. The park was shut down for a week for investigators to do their work. The park announced that Jetline would be closed for the rest of the summer, and the government would have to do a full investigation. That can take anywhere between 10 and 12 months. Jetline is a Zero coaster from 1988. It looks like a short stop with no inversions, just a lot of twisting dives and turns. Given its age, and how serious this accident was, I'm buying that it'll never operate again, at least not here. It may be sold off somewhere else. It seems like something right up Gene Staples' alley, but but it's been here for 35 years. The fact that someone died really puts a stain on the coaster and the park. I bet they get rid of it. Big Willie T85. Air Force One becomes a second relocated RMC, only behind railways. This is an interesting question. Think about the parks that have RMCs, how stable they are, how movable each RMC is. Plus, if the parks really want to relocate their RMC, I think that any RMC conversion is completely off the table. I talked about Goliath at Great America being relocated. That's a possibility because it was built from the ground up, and it was built on a compact rectangle plot of land. I thought maybe they would move Goliath if they wanted to RMC American Eagle, but I think that dream is dead. If you look at other ground-up RMCs, you got Wildfire, which was built for its terrain. Same with Outlaw Run. Same with Lightning Rod. Zadra could be moved, but I don't think Energylandia is in danger. Same with Silverwood, Magic Mountain, Great Adventure, and Fiesta, Texas. Area First One is at Fun Spot Atlanta, and I think that's a less stable park than the others, but I don't think they're going under. They've been around for over 30 years now. I'm selling this. I think the next relocated RMC will be Wonderland Gold Nuts. I could definitely see Fiesta, Texas moving that out, maybe sending it to Frontier City, or New England, or over Georgia, or Discovery Kingdom, and they get something fresh and new on that plot of land. RBDA Jordan 1. A new B&M flying coaster will come to America by 2030. When it comes to America, it's been 14 years since we got a new flyer. When it comes to the whole world, it's been 7 years. So are we looking at something new in America in the next 7 years? I would bet against that. I'm selling it. That doesn't mean we aren't getting a new flyer. I think it's much more likely that we get something from Bacoa. It would have to be a park that's willing to pay for it. I'm sure it's not that cheap, so the parks in the Hershon chain come to mind. Think how amazing this would be at Dollywood or $6 City.
John said, all new episodes Saturday 8/7 Central on Bounce.
If you look at the land around SeaWorld, there's not a lot of space to expand. However, I'm buying this anyway. They have that big parking lot that can be used to build more stuff, and there is land that's not connected to the park, but it is close enough and can be used for parking. This is kind of what Disneyland did. Use that parking lot for California Adventure and push a parking structure way outside where the park is. Again, I don't know how long they plan to expand, but this seems reasonable. Grouchy Berry 7279. Six Flags Over Georgia will RMC or remove Great American Screen Machine in the next 5 to 10 years. This PTC wooden coaster just celebrated its 50th anniversary, and based on my rides this year, I've never seen it run better. It used to be one of the roughest coasters in the country. Now it's not half bad. It seems like Six Flags is invested in this ride. It still seems popular. It looks great right there in the lake. It's a classic now, and it was the park's first major coaster, so I'm selling this. There's no way they RMC it with Twisted Cyclone right there, and I don't think they tear it down either. If you hate it, too bad. You're stuck with this for the long haul. Fry Guy 909. Superman the Ride will end up getting new intimate lap bars by 2030. In 2004, this ride had an accident, and that led to the banning of T-bar lap bars in the state of Massachusetts. The bars were modified, and then they got replaced in 2009, and they're terrible. Intamin has introduced brand new trains in recent years, and they're amazing. They have the lap bars that come down over your head. They don't skate with you. They're some of the best out there. But will Six Flags pay for these new trains? No way. I'm selling this. Even though Superman has awful lap bars, the ride is still popular. As long as people keep riding it and enjoying it, they won't catch up. Sure, coaster enthusiasts. We are on our and there's no way.
Third machine that has a wheel. Wow, we just hit another bonus. All right, we're playing some dragon spinning walking machine here.
There's no doubt the Vekoma wave is coming to North America. Disney, possibly Epic Universe. Holiday World takes your time between coasters. 5 years between Raven and Legend. 6 years between Legend and Voyage. 9 years between Voyage and Thunderbird. And now...
I can record it though. I can't lift it. I can't hold it up there. Well, I could have.
I'm pushing down as hard as I can with it to hold it firm.
Fix a lifetime of poor distance vision in about 30 minutes. See how at evoicl.com.
I have the high ground. You underestimate my power. Don't try it. You're with him. You brought him here to kill me. No. Let her go, Anakin. Let her go.
Phew.
You turned her against me. You have done that yourself. You will not take her from me. Your anger and your lust for power have already done that. You have allowed this Dark Lord to twist your mind until now you have become the very thing you swore to destroy. Don't lecture me, Obi-Wan. I see through the lies of the Jedi. I have brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new empire. Your new empire? Don't make me kill you. Anakin, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy. If you're not with me, then you're my enemy.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Make me kill you. Anakin, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy. If you're not with me, then you're my enemy.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes. I will do what I must.
Anakin! I have the high ground! You underestimate my power! Don't try it! You're with him! You brought him here to kill me! No! Let her go, Anakin! Let her go! You turned her against me! You have done that yourself! You will not take her from me! Your anger and your lust for power have already done that. You have allowed this Dark Lord to twist your mind until now you have become the very thing you swore to destroy.
Don't lecture me, Obi-Wan. I see through the lies of the Jedi.
I have brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new empire. Your new empire? Don't make me kill you. Anakin, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy. If you're not with me, then you're my enemy.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes. I will do what I must.
Phew. Maybe I'm gonna still end the stream. Did I exceed the streaming time? Expected stream duration? Hmm. 3 hours, 30 minutes. Maybe could progress one more drawing. And then conclude the stream. But I'm gonna finish it in a finish these these 3 in a separate day. So yes, if anybody wants to, and it's okay if it isn't watches the current live stream. Should take a break from Conan. Maybe I could change the shape of these hands when I feel like working on this again. Decrease this. A little pressuring, but it shouldn't be that bad. Wow. I just consumed over 30 minutes progressing this. But shouldn't be. If I want to do things more than one, do more than one thing faster, I should switch. I feel like I should progress one more thing. Man, if Julius noticed this, he'll be so impressed. Despite a bit of plagiarism. Okay, I think the wing elbow is just fine. The shapes are just fine. Alright. Since it's gonna merge to another character. Must be the second one. Okay. I'm gonna do either of these two eventually. Tony's art trade. But yes, if Tony Yorkie noticed this, yes, look forward to it. So, let's see. Let's see if we can come with pumpkin comment. Sure, it's gonna be around here somewhere. We'll do one more. Okay. There you go. Man, how am I gonna not make it too similar? Oh, I have a tongue color reviewed. I don't know if that's... Okay. Download things that I need for the trade. So, I think I might... So, may use this as a reference. See how I did? I'm gonna not need those anymore. Oh, never mind. Maybe just merge these. Okay, maybe I'll be work. Platypus. Yeah.
As well as the visible safety railing. 2 years of being MIA has finally been reinstalled back into the ride. Absolutely spectacular. Inside of the skull room behind the collapsed face of Mara, we can see that the very convincing, totally not a painting on a scrim, spirit of Mara has been repainted. The colors and eyes pre-refurb were fading away really badly, making the details really hard to see, even for my low-light camera. The new paint job, however, does a really good job at bringing out those new. They also gave Mara the anime treatment, making the eyes on the new painting twice as big. Mara is now officially best waifu. The lava pit mist, as well as the visible safety railing, which is usually supposed to be retracted, are still broken, or should I say, disabled. I've had many people email me and leave comments on my second channel's video, The Terrible State of the Indiana Jones Ride. It's a little outdated, but you should definitely check it out whenever you have time. Many people have told me that the mist effect was intentionally turned off for cast member safety, since it was causing mold to form all throughout the pit. As the vehicle lurches underneath the bridge, it barely budges the laser from Mara and scurries into a dark cave. This is where we see the new projection mapping effects, where spiritual energies try to attack the vehicle. Previously, this area was just a dark tunnel, with the only visible thing being the lightly illuminated vine. A great change, at least in my opinion. As the spiritual energies try to attack the vehicle, the car suddenly stalls and lurches to a stop, causing the spirits to overshoot their target. As the car restarts its engine and roars back to life, it rounds the corner where we see the previous spiritual energy ripping apart what used to be a hallway. Previously, this area used to be the infamous rat on a branch effect, where the vehicle would plow its way through a very obvious projection of smoke. The old projection effects, along with the sounds of rats and the vehicle plowing through the branch, have all been removed. Where the projector for the rat branch used to be is now where the new projection mapping effects is for the hallway. Earlier on in the video, I said that these new projection effects alter the story of the ride. Now you might be asking yourself, how exactly does a few glowing balls of light alter the story of the attraction? The short answer to that is that it adds extra layers of believability and world building to the ride. Before the 3-month refurbishment, I was always puzzled about a certain story element of the attraction. After Indy saves you by closing the gates of doom, what's the reason for going fast? Now I understand that it's a ride, and what makes it fun, but story-wise, it never really made sense. What's the point of flooring the vehicle and nearly slamming into every wall or flying off the edge of a cliff when the main threat, the gates of doom and Mara, are well behind us? Pre-refurb, honestly, there was no answer to that. And back then, I was perfectly fine with that answer. The ride was fun and exciting, so I didn't really mind seeing some plot holes here or there. However, post-refurb, that minor plot hole is no longer a plot hole. Since the spiritual energy behind the gates of doom are similar to those we see in the new projection mapping scene, it's safe to say that these aggressive spirits are the same ones that were trapped behind the gates of doom. Story-wise, when Indiana Jones left the Gates of Doom, which he had to have done at some point since he's dangling above us at the end of the ride at the Boulder Room, immediately start chasing us throughout the temple, only to catch up and barely miss us in the dark corridor. That means if we were moving any slower than we were, we would have ended up exactly like this hallway. Again, this adds an extra layer of storytelling and world building to the attraction that we have never seen before. It's an amazing change. If I had to criticize something about this change, it would be about the fact that the electrical energy isn't really conveyed that well. When I first saw the projection mapping effects, I honestly thought that the hallway collapsing was some sort of booby trap or something. It wasn't until I analyzed my footage later on was when I realized that the spectral energy was causing the hallway to collapse. If I wasn't able to understand immediately what's going on, there's a big chance that there's dozens of other people out there as well who have no idea what they're looking at. I think if they had an extra projection mapping effect of the energy rounding the corner in front of the vehicle towards the out-of-sight hallway, it would make it a lot easier for guests to understand what's happening. In its current state, it almost feels like the two new scenes we got are two separate events happening instead of one. Again, it's only a minor criticism. Before we move on, I just really want to quickly touch on the projection mapping effects of the hallway collapsing. Now, the way how this effect is done is actually really smart. They have a projection screen in the back surrounded by practical walls. Then in front of those walls, as well as the projection screen, they have more practical sets combined with a scrim which has projections of both flames and the electrical spirits. Now, this type of practical and digital layering is stuff we don't typically see from Disney. The only other time I've seen this is in Navi River Journey, as well as the pre-show for Cosmic Rewind. The layering effect is actually something we see more from Universal, and it's one of the reasons why their screen rides feel so much more lifelike compared to Disney's. It's really crazy to me how much Disney Imagineering has improved their technology on projection mapping over the last few years. Like, they used to be incredibly bad at this technology. By far the worst example, or the best example of this, would be Pirates of the Caribbean at Shanghai Disneyland. The ride had really great projection mapping effects and had really beautiful practical sets. However, when Disney tried to marry these two together, they created giant gaps of blackness and in general just didn't look right. If this collapsing projection mapping effect is what Disney is capable of doing today, I'm really excited to see what they're able to do to the parks in the coming future. Entering into the Boulder Room, we can see Disney added new lighting into the scene. Previously, the scene had more natural white lighting. However, after the refurb, the lighting has gone back to a more intense purple and red color. The moving walls and Boulder effects are now fully functional, compared to before where they would only...
To build the Honda CR-V Hybrid, we took everything you love about the CR-V and kicked it up a notch with excellent fuel efficiency and greater power. The CR-V and CR-V Hybrid from Honda.
These caramel cold brew M&Ms are like M&Ms with a coffee shop vibe.
Maybe too much of a coffee shop vibe.
This next one is about the importance of friendship, so I'm gonna maintain eye contact while I sing it.
Oh boy.
Man, I think I've already exceeded 3 hours and 30 minutes. Unexpectedly long. So, make this.
Nói ra là có người chị kể cho cưng thôi. Mà hôm nọ nói đi gọi về xui ra của chị Giang nói bảo con nhỏ con cúng dường á, tôi nói đừng có làm á, tại có người đâu có bằng lòng. Má Hảo, tôi nói đừng có đụng tới, đừng có nói gì hết, tôi đâu có bằng lòng. Thì chị ơi, chứ gọi là chị kể tôi nghe là cái đó là chửi tôi ôm lên đó. Tôi bảo nó phải kể, mình buông hết đi chị ơi. Phải kể là mình lo thân mình đi. Chứ bảo đúng rồi. Thì vẫn là cái kiểu tu mà mua phước thôi, vẫn là tu mua phước. Tu mua phước chứ vẫn không hiểu cho nên là tu. Thì không, như đâu có nói trước mặt tôi, nói là sao? Như nói để chị kể thì bảo tôi phải kể. Cái đó mình chỉ nói chỉ có buông đi hơi đâu mà hơi nghĩ đến mấy cái đó làm gì? Tại vì mình lo cái thân mình trước, mình lo cái tâm mình trước cho nó tâm mình.
Streaming 8 days until school season starts again.
Trước đó tại vì thật sự là tại vì tôi thân với chùa Quan Âm thôi. Đang đường nó bảo giờ anh đang ngồi bàn thờ. Tôi nói tôi biết chứ. Biết chứ. Đang ngồi bàn thờ. Đến chiều anh hết ngồi bàn thờ thì cũng hết thôi rồi ở phía. Lúc đầu tôi nghĩ là tôi ok thì bộ đám ma, tôi chỉ dắt bộ đám ma, xong sau tôi cũng sẽ biến mất đâu. Nhưng mà thì tôi thấy nó tội nghiệp quá thì tôi không biến mất thôi, chứ còn là lúc đó tôi làm xong rồi tôi sẽ biến mất.
Mm. No.
Carter's has everything you need for baby's first months. Certified clean cotton for their very first days. Easy PJs for those first wide awake nights. And bodysuits for their first play dates too. All from the #1 baby clothing
I
brand
think I'll
recommended by
end this
parents.
under a half an hour.
Holy vending machine.
This is amazing.
Why? I think this thing opens. No
way.
Oh, wow. Are you kidding me? This room is my favorite room of all time.
Yeah. Let's just say Guardians is a little out of this world, but yeah. Alright, take one roll. Yes, sir.
Para su seguridad, permanezca sentado y mantenga sus manos, brazos, pies y piernas dentro del vehículo. Cuide a los pequeñitos, ¿no?
Please remain seated, board at all times, holding on to your articles.
Okay. After 5:30, may want to do some valuable things on the computer. Especially Feel like okay, maybe I'm gonna be more than happy to do another one of these streams someday. Wow. Man, nobody else is interested in live chat. Maybe people want to just drop by for for my status of what I'm drawing. But yes, maybe I could do more of these if I feel like streaming. As long as I look past the popularity, unless it grows again, unless it has to rise again. Such. So, yes, I'm doing an art fight. Progress some of the belated art fight for expansion art. So I even put a warning in the description.
Decide. Decide.
Period is so annoying. Like,
Okay, we got the body. We got the body. So, body.
Save $500 on the all-new Temper-Breeze mattresses at Ashley. With its exclusive technology, your mattress feels up to 10 degrees cooler while you sleep. Find the all-new Temper-Breeze collection in-store or online.
Pearl Whale.
PNC Bank is committed to providing convenience and guidance to all of our customers. Whether you find us in your pocket or on your block, we provide the tools that can help you move forward financially. PNC Bank.
Screencast. What if Comment or JSAB noticed this?
On an all-new...
Didn't see a YouTuber with two big turns. For one.
Pump the brake.
I think it's red paint scheme on the upper sky.
Pump the brakes, cross the finish line. Take that victory lap. Get revved up on Top Thrill 2, coming to Cedar Point, 2020.
Wow. And yet, man, unlike the vlogging streams in the afternoon, that my phone overheats, that's not the case. That doesn't not seem to be the case right now. I don't know if I can leap it to 3D. But either way, I could if could make a minor tweak here and there. There you go. Some adjustments here and there. If I don't want to feel like rushing. Okay, so 9 more minutes, then I'll conclude things for today. Gotta make it a little larger. Let's see, 4,000. At least this one would give enough room. Or maybe a bigger butt. Right. Maybe the last change for this for now. Until further notice.
thing has happened. Look at this. Out of the Cabazon dinosaurs in the desert in California, the icon.
Anyway, behind this Hollywood fantasy of old Rush frontier town lies a sinister city. It is smack dab in the real center of the field of cosmic. What's a bad miracle? Welcome to the world of no.
I think the size will look suitable. But yes, the giant that doesn't exceed this big. So yeah, this one's simpler. One of the simpler giant things I've done. Okay. So yeah, yeah, hope these KINK art doesn't violate the community guidelines.
So I've actually been at Disneyland since Rope Drop today. Today that were like a regular hangout day. It's kind of a solo
What
day,
about
but
the tail?
But this is kind of weird. So
Or maybe it's the make it like a question mark, I think, for a cool twist. For a okay, I'm going to be done real soon. Okay, as soon as I finish drawing the tail of this creature, then I will be concluding for the stream. And then take a little break, and then hopefully hopefully I can use the computer. Oh yes, and I'm going to use more of the computer tomorrow too. I'm gonna do a little more drawing. Or yeah, whichever WIP thing I finish. But yeah, now I'm doing progressing more than one thing. when it comes to live streaming instead of just one thing, since I usually only do one thing at a time. So, yes, I know some... Okay, as there's not too many people that wants grounded videos back or something. But yeah, Legit is the only one begging me, but not in a sort of begging me, but not as much as Popular 2 to get these back. But yeah, it's going to be very time consuming. Yes, making too many Beyond videos can be very time consuming, to be honest. So, lack of popularity. Wow, 4 hours already. Gee. Should be okay. A huge one. A belated revenge, but maybe it could be posted for next year's ArtFight 2. If I remembered. So, yeah, first one.
See, this one has it all. All-nighter? All-nighter.
Okay, here.
Yo, what are you doing in there, man? All-nighter.
Yes, sitting on the tail. Okay, it's going to be thinner here. Oh, let's erase this.
Ongoing energy access is essential for people.
And let's erase that.
Unpredictable factors can disrupt the supply. From our state-of-the-art operational center, we maintain real-time visibility of the complete hydrocarbon supply chain to provide energy worldwide with a 99.8% delivery record. Discover how we are a reliable supplier to the world. Aramco, powered by How.
Over the years, many fan-favorite roller coasters have been torn down. Some get in the way of progress, while others can't be repaired anymore. Recently, I asked my viewers to vote on the most sorely missed defunct roller coasters out there. Over the years, many fan-favorite roller coasters have been torn down. Some get in the way of progress, while others can't be repaired anymore. Recently, I asked my viewers to vote on the most sorely missed defunct roller coasters out there. And in honor of these fallen attractions, let's take a look at the top 10. Number 10, Thunder Road at North Carolina's Carowinds. Opened in 1976, closed in 2015. For almost half a century, Carowinds has been known as the thrill capital of the Carolinas. 3 years after Carolina Gold Rusher opened with the park, a much bigger attraction would make its debut. The new ride, named Thunder Road, would be named after the 1958 crime drama film of the same name. Built by the Philadelphia Toboggan Company, this new dueling wooden coaster would be the first of its kind in the Carolinas, and would give passengers the thrill of racing each other on 2 separate tracks. On the ride's opening day, journalists from all over the country covered its premiere, and even NASCAR drivers Bobby Allison and David Pearson were in attendance. The ride was an instant hit and would prove to be a favorite among longtime park fans. However, as Carowinds sought to expand and update their attractions, this fan favorite ended up on the chopping block. After the opening of A-list coaster Fury 325 in 2015, the park wanted to further carry out their grand expansion plan. Part of this plan included a new water park expansion, but the vintage Thunder Road blocked any such expansion from taking place. So with no other choice, the park announced the ride's closure on August 27, 2015. Park officials gave the coaster a loving send-off, and it was clear that if it weren't for the logistical need for more water attractions, they wouldn't have torn down the old favorite. Nowadays, a second wave pool and a slide complex sit in Thunder Road's spot, but park fans aren't likely to forget the old classic anytime soon. Number 9. Eagle Fortress at South Korea's Everland. Opened in 1992, closed in 2009. Built by American manufacturer Aerodynamics, this suspended coaster may not have seemed like much on paper. Despite its moderate stats though, the ride experience was said to be nothing short of incredible. What really made this ride a star was its setting. Throughout the layout, passengers zoomed through a lush forest on the side of a large hill. The ride fully used the natural terrain to its advantage, and was unanimously acclaimed by well-traveled enthusiasts. Passengers boarded colorful eagle-shaped ride vehicles and proceeded to literally swoop through the forest as the train swung freely side to side. Since the track was surrounded by trees, the ride felt much faster than it actually was. Amusement blog CoasterBot described the ride as, quote, if someone had taken Ninja at Six Flags Magic Mountain and married it to Boulder Dash at Lake Compounce. Indeed, this coaster's setting was both inventive and breathtaking. Unfortunately, it would also allegedly help lead to the ride's downfall. Since the coaster was located on a tree-covered hillside, it was reportedly difficult for maintenance crews to work on the track. Moreover, after Aerodynamics went out of business in the early 2000s, spare parts for the suspended coaster model became much more scarce. While tamer suspended like Cedar Point's Iron Dragon are much easier to maintain, the more intense ones like Eagle Fortress put significantly more stress on the track, severely draining its service life. By 2008, it was clear that Eagle Fortress was far too difficult and expensive for the park to maintain. So in January 2009, Everland officially closed the coaster and would later demolish it in 2015. Its spot has since been reused for a plum blossom walkthrough garden. While only a relative few enthusiasts outside of Asia have gotten to experience this ride, those who have were immensely disappointed by its removal. Fortunately for thrill seekers, Everland would open a new world-class coaster just before the fortress closed. T-Express continues to operate as one of the best wooden coasters on Earth. So despite the removal of Eagle Fortress, Everland is still more than worth visiting. Number 8. Gwazi at Florida's Busch Gardens, Tampa. Opened in 1999, closed in 2015. The battle of lion versus tiger is one that is widely debated to this day. In the late 90s though, Busch Gardens officially put this dream match together in the form of a massive dueling wooden coaster. At the time of its opening, it was the first wooden roller coaster to come to Florida since Boardwalk and Baseball's Florida Hurricane in 1978. Built by American manufacturer Great Coasters International, Gwazi would feature two separate tracks, Lion and Tiger. Unlike a racing coaster, Gwazi's tracks did not run side by side. Instead, they would largely stay apart throughout the ride, with the exception of a few moments in which both tracks would interact with each other. In its first few years, Gwazi was widely praised for its airtime and its exciting dueling feature. As the years went on though, Gwazi would end up suffering from a plethora of maintenance issues and plummeting guest satisfaction. As time went on, Gwazi would get rougher and rougher, and the once thrilling ride experience would be marred by increasingly bumpy track. Park officials made several attempts to improve the coaster, such as replacing its original PTC trains with new Millennium Flyers in 2011. However, no upgrading seemed to do the trick. After years of dropping ridership and frequent breakdowns, the Tiger ride closed in 2012.
I think I'm gonna be going already in terms of live streaming now. But yeah, don't worry, I'll continue these three whenever I have a will to use the phone again for small things.
So apparently,
small-scale
only
things
people with an
or
IQ over
medium-scale
180 can solve this level.
Okay, so yeah, y'all, if you enjoy this stream every once in a while on my main channel, or you enjoy the replay, either way, just don't forget to give this stream a like or a dislike. Comment down below. So I have yet to do one of Luke's characters, or I could add two more of these. And yes, something else to do with snake arms. So yes, I did this one. But yes, I'm gonna draw him one more time. This one, that one, and of course that one. Comment down below if you have any drawing suggestions. But yes, I may or may not accept it, so take it with a grain of salt. or some suggestions of rapper characters or reenactments. And yes, be sure to subscribe to both my main and second YouTube channels. My main channel for videos that are complete feelings, that has a complete feel. Like go ahead and be on or Wrapper Offline and POVs. And yet, but yes, I've only do shorts and live streams every once in a while. For exceptions, like created characters in Wrapper, some crazy edits, audios, and sometimes mini ride reviews. Live stream at least every 2 weeks or longer. And if you want to see more of my live streams, then head to my second YouTube channel. Where I post most YouTube shorts that are raw footages of updates or theme park highlights of rides and shows, and some item look-throughs and more. And my second YouTube channel also contains copyright-free peer videos. If they aren't edited yet and want a risk of getting spoiled, of course, notice that someone wants to get spoiled. And yet, once again, more of my live streams goes in my second YouTube channel. So be sure to subscribe to also this, not only my main one. So anyways, I'm gonna do more of these live streams that are screen shares into my second YouTube channel if I have a mood to do so. And we see you again whenever I live stream again, like weekends or weekdays until the end of summer break. But Fridays and weekends only in the starting the school year. And still taking adult transition until my senior year. So, Awesome Kite Experience is signing off. Over and out. Have a great rest of your evening.